Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome to a bit of Vampyr. Just a couple of talking head things before we get into the game proper. The Pillars of Eternity 2 Deadfire a bit of is on indefinite pause, just because I'm not overly keen on it. My partner's not overly keen on it, and she's the one who I make these videos for, primarily. And to be honest, it's like after doing an 80-hour playthrough of Pillars of Eternity and then starting that immediately after, which I knew was a bad idea. Yeah, I wasn't overly keen on it, so I'll probably come back to it, but, I mean, then again, long-time viewers will know that's probably not true. So yeah, we're playing something we're both a bit more interested in. Let's see how this goes. Just get my controller real quick. Let's begin with, first of all, addressing this warning. Even if based on proven medical knowledge from 1918, Vampyr sometimes takes liberties when establishing possible links between scientific theories and supernatural creatures for theatrical purposes. In other words, do not try to cure any disease with any of the recipes shown in this video game, and no rats were harmed in the making of this video game. Some orcs, but no rats. So yes. In Vampyr, every action you take can have consequences. This game uses an autosave function. Okie dokie. So yes. So, let's erase that. Oh Christ, yeah, I forgot it's one of those games, isn't it? The options, I think we're all good. I checked these before. So, I did try to film this last time. I'm liking this. Subtitle size. Very good. Very important, devs. Lucius 2, I think, was the first game I knew of that did subtitle size. And I think font as well. So yeah, that was good. I do appreciate it. We will be playing on normal mode. I have played the game once already. But we'll sit with normal mode. Yeah. I tried to record this before, but OBS wasn't having it, so I've since sorted that out.
Four nails piercing the flesh of the sinner, one prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen. The falling of a star, a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
This sort of writing is exactly why I have such jilted views on Vampyr. A game that I love. Well, a game that I like. Or I love, but it's more... It's less than the sum of its parts, basically. In fact, these lines are kind of what sort of explain to me why. Because vampire, I know it's probably pronounced vampire or whatever, but is a game in sort of like two parts. It always has something of an identity crisis in that it wants to be both a sort of like vampiric romanticism game with all the mythology and philosophy, and it also wants to be like a very sort of like sciencey game as well. And I kind of prefer the latter over the former. Ordinarily, I prefer the former. It's why like the Sabbat is like my favourite faction in. Oh, there's an invisible wall there, so we can't go around and look at her. Because you hear my panting? Yeah, it's like in Vampire the Masquerade, that's why I like the Sabbat so much, because like they take it's a modern neo-noir game, and yet you can infuse a religion with it.
Mary! Oh, no! Mary! Hold on! Please, hold on! Oh, God. Mary. No. No.
Oh shit, sorry, just tabbed out. Pause the game when I do that. And I better check again. Has it paused on OBS now? Okay, good. We managed to record 8 whole minutes so far. Not the 7 seconds.
It's a nightmare. No! Please, a moment, let me explain! These patrols are after me. No! No! Don't shoot! This is a nightmare.
So, I will say, in like Dark Ages Vampire or whatever, I actually do like the idea of science in that game, rather in a game that's like you know, massively about religion.
No, please, stop! I mean you no harm.
Now I can sprint, but the game hasn't instructed me to do so yet. So,
Oh, man.
just hold down B.
What have I done? What's all this about? Shit, where'd it go? Now, I can defend myself.
Like how the barrels explode before the attack goes through.
Who are you? Stay back! Sorry, but you left me no choice.
Nothing down here, any loot? Nope. Although I really do like the, I will say this much, like, the game sort of does nail the fear aspect.
Stupid beast!
sorry, but I could just run past him. But, yeah. It's alright, we'll carry on. So as you can see, the orange bar to the top left is my stamina, which goes up and down depending on if I'm doing anything. It affects my attacks and my ability to sprint. When that bar runs out, I will no longer be able to sprint. And I have to wait for the bar to charge up considerably before I can do anything else.
No harm. I need help. Die, you fucking leech! Please, listen to me. I can't make any sense of this. Shut up, beast! Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's name? I'll do the rest of the job. Just leave me. The sun. It feels like it's burning me to the bone.
Aggravated damage, a very Vampire the Masquerade thing. The idea is like,
To find somewhere to hide.
it will make it very hard to heal.
Let me go. I need to find shelter.
Enjoy the sunlight while you can, because we ain't going to see much more of it for the rest of the game. Keep out. Well, who am I to resist the challenge?
What is this place? The place seems abandoned. I should be safe enough here.
What have you done?
Mary! Mary! Mary, I'm sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
Well, I mean, you did it, Jonathan. I tell you to look in the mirror, but, well. 5 shillings. I do like the shilling currency. Fire and sun. Oh, the fucking hell. Where's that now? So, here we have all the lore documentation. There's about 30 pieces of lore that we can find throughout the world. Leeches do not fear the sun or fire, and they do not burst into flames or ashes when they are caught under the rays of daylight. But it hurts them good. Really good. I have personally changed a vampire to a tree to see what would happen when the sun arises. Its skin blackened in a few minutes, and it was as if it was burning from inside. Its eyes and flesh melted as I saw its unholy bones move and squeal as the beast tried to escape all day long. In the end, only a desiccated corpse remained, which started to slowly regenerate when the sun disappeared behind the horizon. I cut off its head to finally destroy it, and when I tried the same test with fire, the bloody leech never came back from the ashes. Fire is our weapon of choice, brothers. To burn the beast is the best way to kill it for good. From Know Your Enemies by Carl Eldritch, Bruin leader. Not really subtle about the whole Eldritch thing there, are we? Or is that his screen name? Because our character's surname is Sins, you know. Bottle of alcohol. Just what we need.
This one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Gold watch.
Beautiful it is. We fancy it and share the takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve. That's impossible.
So, the bottle of alcohol and the watch, you'll notice that they also have different colour properties, like the green bottle of alcohol and the blue watch indicate the rarity. So, the order of rarity is grey, green, blue. Oh, never mind, you actually can't look in the mirror then.
Who goes there? Who's there? Are you referring to me? No! No! I still have so much to accomplish.
Yeah, some of these cutscenes are a bit,
Needs doing.
that's a bit goofy. More shillings, yeah. So you use the watch and the alcohol to improve, like to make weapons and serums, such as with that syringe there. Ah, yep, that'll done it.
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now! There's time. I can save him. That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital. Done. He'll live. And now what? We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing. No, it never got easy.
So, it seems as though Jonathan here was a soldier. I'm not going to read all this, but I will give you a moment to pause if you want to read it, because it is a very long entry. And I'd like to get on with the game. So if you want to read the logs there. They put October the 19th, well, twice there. Okay, right. So we have machete. Broad blade often used by sailors and fishermen. We can upgrade it with used machete, 3 common handle parts and 2 lead plates. And then we can go for these. So we can increase its damage or its handling. And a used revolver. A reliable service pistol used by British troops as a standard firearm. So we can upgrade it to that, and then we can go for those. And then we can upgrade it to all 3. Go for those. Or 4, go for those. Oh, and then orange as well as legendary. So currently just 45 damage, but it will go to 56, then 74, then 104, then 153. What any of that means without being able to see the health bar, I don't know. Is there anything else here? I don't think there is. Now we can rest up. So when you go to bed, you get to level up your character. But also a day passes and the world changes a little bit.
No sense at all.
Said a bit. Of course, the rational thing to do.
Rational thinking only.
Oh, there we are. Yeah. Now I tried. Sometimes in the games, if you wait, the game will like say, you know what, I'm going to pull the gun away and we'll do something else. But it doesn't happen, so we'll just shoot. Well, that was a vampire. Hope you all enjoyed it. Because as we all know, that a phallic object to the hearts kills most vampires. Like, I mock, but it is a good game. Oh, no, hang on, he's back.
This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real. Madness it is. As mad as the moon. Obtains blinding sunlight into a glowing reflection.
Okay, now we can evolve. So we have here the different abilities. We can go through these as time goes on. If you want to pause and read them, you can do, but we will get through these. So we have 1,735 XP. We have currently one upgrade or level. So we're going to go to autophagy. So, which allows us to drain our own blood to heal normal and aggravated damage instantly. So blood is a resource that you gain from draining people and animals. The vampire uses the power of his blood to heal normal and aggravated damage, increasing his flesh, nerve, and bone regeneration. With time, this vampiric ability can be extremely powerful, and is sure to surprise any unwary vampire hunter. We think of vampires as immortal, but if you can block their unnatural regenerative capabilities, they are more vulnerable than you think. So spend 600 experience points there. You get experience points by fighting and killing enemies. The next upgrade, we have to be level 6, and it requires 1,300 experience points. So, we have enough XP to gain and look at an aggressive skill. Choose one to unlock now. So we can buy the Claws ability, we can buy Blood Spear, or we can buy Shadow Mist. So apparently this one takes a bit of time to charge up, otherwise it launches a Spear of Blood. Ooh. I do like the abilities in this game, they are awesome. I can generate Claws for melee attacks, or I can use Shadow Mist. Concentrate shadows around to create needle-like explosive needles. So I'm going to go for this one. It's also the cheapest of the abilities as well. We now have 135 XP, we can't spend on anything else. If we try, like so, it doesn't work. You'll notice as well that number 3 there, that's our level, or how many upgrades we have bought so far. It's recommended that you buy all of your abilities before the days go on. Because otherwise the world will change a bit too much.
If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand what I have become.
So, in Chapter 1 we have our mission to find out who and what we are.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now. Here's the leech. Here!
Try and loot the place. Every time you go into a building, I strongly recommend you have a nice look around for stuff. Use stake I can use for my offhand weapon. It's used to stun targets.
I must reach the West End. Go back home.
Still recording? Okie dokie.
It's locked.
Yes, can I move, please? And now he's stunned. I can drain him dry. Let's just keep doing that. Build up our blood pool. And now I'm going to use my...
A strength I never knew I had.
He's stunned. We can use our vampiric ability. So the stun does minimal damage, but it does allow me to break past their defenses. It's very powerful, isn't it? Takes 6 seconds for the ability to recover.
My reflexes. I'm not human anymore.
I will say this, I really genuinely do like the realization that Jonathan has. Oh, hang on, there's stuff there. Shillings, nice. Thank you, but I don't want to do that just yet. Since we can reach higher places, or with limited teleportation. So yeah, it's very Vampire the Requiem, if ever you've played that, which is like it's the, I guess, reboot of Vampire the Masquerade that focuses more on like the because like Vampire the Masquerade was supposed to be like a political game and it was more a superhero game, and Vampire the Requiem is very much about, it really is like the social politics and having to deal with how, well, essentially going from mortal to immortal. Join the ranks! Your king and country need you. Join the British ranks and help the brave lads at the front. So as you can tell, this is around the time of the First World War, the Great War, as it was known at the time, I believe.
If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us. It's locked, all right. I cannot enter.
Oh, and a rat. A beast on.
I have this thirst for blood.
Oh yes, you'll hear Jonathan say that a lot. I have this thirst for blood. And I've annoyed my pickle with that as well. I have this thirst for blood.
I can now control it.
I'm actually playing a vampire deck in Magic again, and just so I can keep going, I have this thirst for blood.
I cannot enter.
Then again, after paying what I did for exquisite blood, that seems unlikely. I have this thirst for expensive cards. seeing the notification to do something. Oh, it's the rats, okay. Before I continue, just want to check. First of all, have I been... Yeah, we're still recording. Good. Okay. Achievements. Is there any more achievements I need to get? Just upgrade things. Save this poor plant with water. Anarchy in the UK. Turn a district to hostile status. Okay, okay. Well, these are things I might do in another playthrough instead.
What will London have to say to me?
And I do certainly like those moments in vampire fiction where it's like
So many questions unanswered.
you see like the characters from their mortal life asking, "Hey, where have you been? What's going on?" You know, like you get it in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines as well. It's really good for that. I wish there were more moments like that, but I think there's mods that extend that.
Corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum?
I know video games don't always do touch animations very well,
I can still smell the scent of
but he did. That was quite good.
I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant. Fresh blood. The smell is so strong.
What was gear there? Let's keep looking around. I know you are going to notice there's a lot in all my playthroughs of any old games. I will look around extensively. I come from Spyro, alright? Hey, Spyro shit on today! Yeah, it's like, yeah, I come from Spyro the Dragon. Of course I'm checking everything. Go on. Yeah, it's like, you can take the boy out the collectathon, but you can't take the collectathon out the boy, you know? Well, I'm not really much of a boy anymore, am I? Boy!
I cannot enter.
You're gonna get used to that as well. There's so many places in this game. Like, navigating this place can be a bit of an arseache. It really can. And this is pretty much the entire map as well. So that's approximately where my quest takes me. So yeah. So I mean, it's not the game isn't too hard to navigate. If you're just using common sense, you can usually find your way around easily enough. Check on what's located. Okie dokie. So that door seems like the obvious way. If I can get some more XP, then all the better. Just want to look around as well, because it is a beautiful setting. Like, I know Victorian London has seen a lot of... there we go. There's been a lot of video games, but... yeah. Refill ammo, nice. Have here a workbench. We can craft medical treatments to heal sick citizens. We can use serums to boost ourselves. We can use weapon upgrades to improve and customize weapons. So currently we can't make any treatments for fatigue, anemia, or sepsis. Yet. But we can upgrade things. So, I'm lacking the things to upgrade that. I'm lacking the things to upgrade that. And I'm, guess what? Lacking the things to upgrade that. But we can recycle these things. A bottle of alcohol. So now if you look here, this is what we've got. So in order to treat fatigue, we've got a glass vial and some ferrous tartrate, but we lack the quinine and the sodium hypochlorite solution. So, yeah. The springs will probably help our firearms. So we've got 2 springs, but we just need 3 common trigger parts to make the revolver, to upgrade the revolver rather. And you'll understand why you want to treat civilians throughout the game. So, we can go to bed right away, but it won't be worth it. I'd rather keep the XP. And there is going to be a lot of farming XP as well if we do the good route. Because there's a few ways of playing the game. You can either do the evil route of like really embracing the vampire stuff, not my favourite thing, and fighting and getting lots of XP, or if you help the civilians, there are fewer threats and therefore fewer opportunities for experience points, but there's but yeah, it becomes harder, so it's up to you. I want to go with a good route.
It's locked.
Can't go that way yet. Can't go that way yet. There is a lot of progress skating in this game. You really do have to do a lot of things in a certain order before the game will even begin to entertain the idea of letting you progress. And on the one hand, I think it's good. At the same time, it's like it wants to be an open world game. It's sort of like the idea of like it wants to be hub based and open world at the same time, and it doesn't work. Would you like to know more? Your army needs you. Join at once today. Would you like to know more? Ask at your nearest recruiting office. Yeah. War munitions volunteers. Britons working together. Skilled workers in engineering and kindred trades, enroll today as war munitions volunteers. Support the men at the front with a plentiful supply of munitions. You will not suffer in wages. Get into the factory line and feed the firing line. You will serve at the front line of the firing line.
At last, a little life.
So all these unknown people. So we have to talk to them to get into their heads.
I cannot enter.
Parky, you walk into a tavern.
You look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
A long night?
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
About these murders?
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die of flu.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
So, not to keep singling out Vampire, but why do we have this? I get it makes it easier, I guess. You know? For some people maybe, to rotate the stick like that. But, why not have a list? If I ask what is this place, is Jonathan going to ask what is this place?
Where am I?
No, he doesn't.
Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir, the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
He asks, where am I? What is this? Now, granted, it's not as offensive as Mass Effect or other games that have done the dialogue wheel, but I'd like to see the full options, or for Christ almighty. Speaking of which, I do need to watch the show. Apparently it's very good.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
Open all night?
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
If people are going to talk in a single sentence, why do we even have the option for dialogue in the first place? Why am I choosing these options? Seems a bit pointless, really.
I'm looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Well, like a gentleman, I guess. Well-dressed, quite polite. A professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
How long has it been here?
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
But yeah, I just prefer to just scroll down the options rather than have to ask about the wheel. Just seems a bit too arty-farty for the sake of it.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business. You hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
Doesn't sound the way he looks. Say it's like stumbling about. He seems like he's not really slurring his words at all.
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
I like how I apologise for my outfit. No one questions the fact that I've got blood all over my shirt. Oh, that reminds me as well, I've got a DLC installed. I think it's called like the Vampire Hunter's Tools. It is a paid DLC. If you see these items, they are not representative of the base game. They're basically just there as helpers, which are especially useful on a low lethality route.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bowl, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
This hairstyle looks very modern. It's like shorter back and longer top. Unless it's like a war thing.
I'll leave you to your bottle.
You know, soldiers. No. Now, did Tom Watts introduce himself as such? And did Dyson Delaney introduce themselves as such? Because what's the point of having unknown here if the characters aren't going to introduce themselves, put their names in the subtitles? Oh, and if you feed on Mr. Tom Watts, you get 2,500 XP because he's healthy. If you try to feed on Mr. Dyson Delaney, you'll not get as much experience points because he has suffered fatigue. If you cure his fatigue, you can drain him for even more XP. The healthier someone is, the more they are worth when you suck their blood. Now, we know that this lady's called Sabrina, but the game is saying unknown for the time being.
Hello, sir. Are you alright? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, now all these terrible murders.
What's this about the epidemic?
The epidemic.
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah, killed so many last summer. Thought we'd seen the last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
The murders. What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog? What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts.
I just asked what the sewer dog
The
is.
agents say it's the sewer dog coming out to feed.
It would be nice
Streets.
if games just went, oh yes, I've been told about that on this NPC back here. It's something that's been lost in the modern RPG. Where it's like, oh, I already have this stuff on my character. Let me give it to you while I'm initiating the quest. Some games still do it, others don't.
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, the Turquoise Turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
Are you always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
You don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders and all.
I just want to talk. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
Sometimes it doesn't match.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
I will say that I do like that they actually just say, I only see one other person. Like, oh, well, yeah, gotta go, bye. Also, I apologise, I'm still recovering from the common cold. So if I do start coughing and spluttering.
This is no place for you. Prewen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Slowly, vampire. Who are you?
I mean you no harm.
Saith the vampire. Present yourself.
I need a word. With anyone.
Well, that's something I can do for you. And who might you be?
Okay. So here I have Dr. Edgar Swansea. The more hints we unlock about him, the more XP we can get from embracing them. And we can currently get 6,000 XP from Dr. Edgar. So, these are the people of the docks. See here, this gentleman's currently suffering from fatigue. The more we learn about these people, the better. The more XP we get. See. Here we have the pillars of the community. So here we have this unknown district. Dr. Edgar Swansea is the pillar of the community here. This place is relatively healthy. The condition here is serious. And the condition here is stable. There's about 4 different districts in London that we can go to. See, I don't like this because I don't know what I'm going to say. I don't know. Something I don't know. I'm good. I think I'm a vampire. I think I know, but I'm too embarrassed. Or no, I don't trust you. Or you first. I'm gonna just say I don't know.
I'm not sure that I know anymore.
Might I at least learn the reason of your presence?
That's none of your concern.
No!
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking.
Don't fucking do this to me, game.
So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing
It's a bit worse than that, isn't it? Yeah.
biting them.
The calling card of a vampire, like you.
Okay, now the dialogue wheel doesn't seem that's better. Okay. You seem like an expert. Right. I want to disclose everything, game. Just let me do it, alright? You're not the fucking Witcher, okay? Where Geralt is an established character whose tone and mannerisms have been established over the course of how many games. Jonathan is a completely blank slate. I want to be able to sort of give what information I want to and don't want to. Where do I go from here? I'm a victim too. I want both of these. They both seem like reasonable things to say. I'm gonna say he seems like an expert.
You seem the expert. How would that be?
I have my secrets, as you have yours.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
So, what's your doctorate in? We've got a blank space here, that'd be a good one to ask. Is it a doctorate in medicine? Or in religion?
And what exactly is this brotherhood?
Because it would really help establish some rapport. Especially if it's the former. Right.
What exactly is?
Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
Right, okay. That's helpful. And this person was paid to do that line.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
What have you uncovered concerning the murders?
It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docks have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different.
How different?
A vampire is at work here. Famished. Reckless. It must be brought to ground, and quickly.
Just 1 second. Okay.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We are both chasing the same shadow.
Yes.
Shadow, indeed. Yet I heard his voice in my head. There was a moment I believed I was mad.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
I'll demand answers.
I will at last have the answers to my questions.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
Well, that's it then. I can't, establish any trust. Don't mind me. I'll just rob your house as well.
Go hunt your shadow.
See, there's no direction.
Some privacy, please.
There's no direction here.
I'm certain we shall meet again. Please, leave me alone. Would you be so kind as to leave the room?
If the room, not my room.
Can I have some privacy, please? Go hunt your shadow.
Go. Hunt your shadow. Should sound very differently to go hunt your shadow. Because the inflections, because the full stop, because of the two different sentences. Or rather, the beginning and the end of the sentence.
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone.
Welcome back.
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
You're hiding something.
I think you're hiding something from me.
I hide many things
Oh shit, sorry about that.
from many people, sir. That's what my job's about.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
Giving me a laugh.
Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
Right, just 1 second. So. So hopefully the dialogue and writing is better than Banish's Ghost of New Eden, Don't Nod and Focus's next game, which is also about vampires. Don't Nod and Focus were the makers of this game. It's very good.
Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight, and I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin. His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk as usual. But my God, his eyes, his face. He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the cannon factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well... Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to Tom.
So we have Citizen Hint. The blood quality is now increased because we've learnt more about him. So, Tom and William Bishop used to be good friends. Social circle is Sabrina Cavendish.
You again.
As a vampire, you can force a citizen to reveal information thanks to a hint you discovered. Blue prompt.
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Why lie to me?
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
Who is he?
William, just an old sailor who loves his gin too much. He worked for years at the canning factory before it closed.
Or was it tonight?
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
It's dangerous.
Is he dangerous?
Yeah. Like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. Can barely stand up most of the time.
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat. It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What do you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
Hmm.
Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
I'll leave you to your...
Thing new there. Let's follow our compass. And try and find old Bill.
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me, to this city.
There we go.
The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood.
Would the body still be warm if it was drained of blood? Because I thought that's what would have kept the body warm. The blood itself. And with it all the heat.
This corpse has been dried.
It must depend on how much there's left in it.
Like the previous victim. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself.
Right. How do I know that based on his outfit?
Blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow is something of a heavy drinker. What's this? Some sort of note.
Pro and orders. 30th October. From G. McCullum. To Dock Patrols. Object. Multiple deaths in the docks region. We believe a nasty leech is involved. Locate the beast. Purge it, and quickly. Warning. According to recent reports, this vampire is very violent. Approach with extreme caution. I know we lack men in this part of town, but don't send rookies to investigate the cause. If I'm correct, we've got a frenzied one killing each night. And always, search abandoned places first, like old houses, basements, sewers, or warehouses. Destroy the leech brothers. Oh.
These men, they're a company of professional vampire hunters. There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
Yeah, and we could see different people there. So evenly matched against him. He's a bit more difficult. Right. There's a hunter around this corner. An attack of opportunity. Let's try and find the next person.
I cannot enter.
I hope there's more emphasis on stealth, because that would be very fun. Christ, this guy's actually at quite high level. Ranged weapons. Okay. So let's try and just check something real quick. Because as critical as I have been, I do genuinely like I do genuinely like this game. It will probably piss me off at some stage, especially in the first boss fight. Or one of the boss fights. I think it's the one that I think it's like the hardest one. But we'll get there. Orange indicates a medium resistance, red indicates a high resistance. Okay. So he's resistance to... Yeah, so he is resistant to fightiness. So I'll have to stun him. Oh no, I got no stamina! But he's not resistant to that. There we go, drain him of blood. So, 4 enemies. And loot.
Get them weapons ready! There's one of them vermin!
Okay, so we can shoot through that. Oh yeah, the more times you stun people as well, the more resistant they become to it. So if you do want to drain them of blood, you kind of want to get as much as you can from the initial lot. Now, was that a quest item that I just got? Ah yes, new practices, new tactics. I know that some of our companions consider that the best advantage we have in our fight against leeches is that they can't go out during the day. Thus we can hunt them down when they hide, powerless in their sleep. This is a rookie mistake. First, because vampires are clever, and they have countless ruses and tricks to avoid them being spotted in their den. Second, because they deploy many deadly traps to kill intruders in what way we consider their most precious sanctuary. It would cost us too much men and too much time to explore and eradicate vampires in their hideouts. The best tactic is to follow them and destroy them when they are really vulnerable, when they hunt at night. It's much easier to attack them, they can be easily spotted. That's where the Garda Primo must evolve and develop new tactics to hunt leeches. Small and mobile patrols, tactics based on technological advances, modern communications. We can learn many things from the war in France. New strategy, new equipment, and new weaponry. Grenades, white phosphorus, bloody hellfire. Ultraviolet lights, bulletproof vests, and flamethrower. It is time for the Guard to embrace the 20th century. From A New War by Geoffrey McCullum, Rowan Leader. Yeah. So, that's very interesting indeed. Yeah. And again, reminds me of, like, I think it was like, what is it, like SI, Second Inquisition from Vampire the Masquerade. How they've had to resort to new tactics, like in the current edition of Masquerade. The Second Inquisition like works with like NATO and people like that. Oh, okay. Use Lupara. A Sonos shotgun, mostly used as a short range defensive weapon. But I prefer the pistol. Service revolver. Oh, never mind. Oh. I shot him by accident. I was meant to stun him. But yeah, it's a very powerful, like, guns are quite powerful. Especially against the mortals. Where does one go from here? Do I just go down that way then? Ah. That's good, isn't it? Rats near hideouts.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
I have this thirst for blood. A new hideout's unlocked. Loot him for the handle parts and lead plate. That's probably used in weapons. Refill on bullets. We can't quite upgrade that yet. How can we upgrade that? Oh, we can upgrade our machete. I think it's fine for the time being. I don't think I need to upgrade it just yet, so I'm not going to. Nor am I going to rest just to get experience points. It's not worth it. Oh, hang on. Is there an exit here? Oh. I know some hideouts you can go through. You can go in one way and out the other. I just did that to demonstrate. We can go up and we can... Oh, I thought we could refill on bullets, but evidently not. Unless we're over the maximum, I'm not sure.
It's locked, all right. Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
Use scythe, okay. To parry, oh god, okay. I think I'm going to stick with one-handed weapons.
I cannot enter. This place reeks of bloodshed.
It's like an arena.
William, my arm. I can't feel it.
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
Okay, so this is not the boss I was thinking of. Use bludgeon. Okay. Wooden stick designed to crush skull and bones. I could read it already. Nice. But I think I do want to equip. So that's faster, but this is stronger. Use more stamina.
William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
We knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred
Sir,
spirit.
listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by scowl?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed his drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me. This poor creature can't be my mate. Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood.
I do like that we actually get the opportunity to loot the place.
It's locked, all right.
Of course it's locked. Just does it itself. Common 20th century technology. Self-locking doors. Sorry, early 20th century technology, rather. Yeah. Definitely too much for a vampire to break through.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What... Who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back, but I will tell you she values her privacy.
Beautiful scenery.
As peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal. If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
Wow.
We're here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reid.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reid, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it. I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reid. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again, from a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
Of that, you are right.
Oh, you know, that guy there.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this affliction.
Dr. Reid, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Yeah, now can we get this dying man to safety, please? I do like this, though. These are moments where it's not just about, okay, here's your quest, go kill this vampire. It's like, no, here's how you've got to live in society while you do this.
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy,
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reid here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
Now we've got that drip. Look at that. But this might be... Okay. So if you want to pause and read, please do, because I'm not reading all this. So this is chapter 1. And here we are at the hospital. Hospital. Oh no, mind you, the hospital. Hospital. There we are. Excuse me. So, anyways, change my cosmetics. So here we have Doctor Edgar Swansea, who is the pillar of the hospital. I can't actually change my clothing. I think this is the vampire hunter's attire, so if we could take that off. Just bear in mind it's about £2 on Steam.
Rotten or pristine, each heart contains the secret of life. Drink at this river, try it all.
Oh, come on, you bastard. I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse.
I'll let you bleed. I'll kill you. His blood quality is 500 XP. He's healthy. He's apparently healthy. Okay, be more polite.
Insulting a good Samaritan. Not exactly the way to get rescued.
All right, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reid.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
The blue quality, the more XP you get. Mesmerizing.
Bring this fading light into the shadows. Dance with him the dance of life and death.
Lead him into the shadows. Or perhaps kill him through the hospital instead. Let's see if it'll let us do that. Excuse me, I'm terribly sorry. I need to get this man to the hospital. He's bleeding. No, apparently we have to do it. We have to. Oh dear. I just want to use my mesmerize ability to encourage him to go to the hospital. Set the time real quick. Yeah, we'll play a bit longer. Might be this a bit of a longer episode. Oh yes, bit of gaming news while we're doing this. Ubisoft, the bloodsuckers there. They know about fucking people over without their consent. That's why they are given the amount of sexual harassment going on there, which is why they have taken people's license keys away from the crew. So yes, these servers are no longer active, but even if you own a physical copy of the disc and you can get onto the main menu, you will still be sent a cease and desist notice if you try and make a fan server against Ubisoft's wishes. So we're going to release this guy.
No more. Not tonight. Not like this. I will not take another life.
What happened? Did I black out?
I'm supposed to be taken to a hospital. He's bleeding out.
Whoa, I feel giddy. What happened?
So
It is wise for the huntsman to sometimes let his prey go, but no famished hunter can run for long.
Yeah. So if we heal his wounds, sort of stuff. if we heal his wounds and treat his illnesses, he will taste better. His blood will be of higher quality. Excuse me. I do apologise for this. And I think that's what I'll do. I'll try and go for the most blood by healing people, and then kill them after. Yeah. And this is like my favourite part of Vampire, right there here, the hospital, listening to the patients, playing doctor. It's all very fun. Yeah, so no, I think I'll take my time leaving the place. What's that? The last file? Yep, don't mind if I do. I'll just take all these patients' medicine so I can make gin. Oh, nice.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reid, the new surgeon here at the Pembroke.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
Yes. A blood transfusion. You got to understand at the time, blood transfusions were.
Do you require medical assistance?
Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine.
Blood transfusions at the time were quite a revolutionary technology, and can save a great many lives to this day. I'm always wanting to give blood, but I just can't get appointments booked and things like that. I'm a bit disappointed by some of the conduct as well, with people asking, you know, call me up to get blood, and then they put the phone down halfway through, and they don't phone back for another 6 months, whatever.
We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Do you think this hospital can survive the epidemic?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how do we beat an invisible killer? Some nurses have already resigned.
It's very interesting how
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals.
our understanding of disease has only recently been massively improved.
Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate for me to speak ill of a colleague.
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippett. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
Dr. Tippett. Corcoran or Corcoran is exhausting yourself. Refuses to stop working. Okay, so we've learned a bit more about his blood quality.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me.
See, that's more polite than saying, speak up!
No, I may disagree with some conduct, but in the end, everybody is doing their best.
His best.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Well, especially assistance in taking people's drugs. So I'm constantly on the hunt for stuff to make guns with. Yeah, so it's worrying that through no fault of your own, you can not just lose access to the online component of the crew, you can also lose access to basically any game. And don't get me wrong, like publishers have taken your things, you know, like access to games before, It's not unusual. It's not unusual. But it's still pretty bad. Stay at home! Influenza. Frequently complicated with pneumonia. To prevent any case of the Spanish flu, stay at home. Which is why there's a pub open to people who need to feel safe from the flu.
Foul voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
I really should go back. So yeah. So the terms and conditions, as far as I'm aware, the end-user license agreement is not legally binding, at least I think in the European Union, the UK, and possibly in the US. I'm not entirely sure where.
I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I found a wounded man by the docks. He answers to the name of Clay Cox. He requires urgent medical attention.
Already making the rounds? That's the Pembroke spirit. I'll ask our porter, Milton, to bring him back immediately.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reid. Your office has been prepared.
I would like to ask a few questions first. And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in, how does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital, left after the stairs. It's the last vacant office at the end of the corridor.
Thank you, nurse.
What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
He knows me more than I know him.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
If you're going to have a voice acting budget, please actually just give us a few more lines to work with. I like what I've heard, but I just want a bit more of it, you know? Oh yes, Broken Roads has come out as well. That's an RPG I've been looking forward to for years. Apparently the reviews were a bit negative on Steam. Hopefully it's just a couple of kinks that can be worked out fairly quickly, but we shall see. Your city needs you. City, you. Life saved by efficient medical aid is a blow struck at the flu pandemic. Volunteers make a difference. Yeah, they've got the feel of the whole medical front down. This is my favourite part of the game. The doctor stuff. I don't care about being a vampire so much as I do being a doctor. You know? All that stuff is far more fascinating to me. But would the game be good on its own without that? Maybe no. Something going on there.
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
About the use of garlic and bun sticks. Dear brothers, I must now draw your attention to a very important point. The use of garlic as a protection against the vampire. Let's be crystal clear on the subject. Garlic will never protect you against those creatures. No matter how fresh, how strong, and how smelly, garlic is totally useless as a defense. I can never say enough about how damaging that novel of Bram Stoker has been. Yes, of course, the population of Slavic countries place garlic cloves in coffins. Yes, of course, the inhabitants of Santorini Island hang garlic in their windows. There will be so much to write about this place, and someday soon I hope to go back to the island to further explore its occult tradition. But that is not to protect the living from the devil. It is to protect, it's to tell the dead that they are aware of their malevolence. It is a symbol, nothing more and nothing less. So yes, please, by all means, yes. Wear the garlic, show garlic, hang garlic, tell the shadows that you are not afraid. But if you are looking for supernatural protection, you will have to search much deeper into the forgotten secrets of the occult tradition. For here is the truth, my fellow brothers. Garlic does not repel vampire, but all fresh plants will hurt them. It is as if the body could not stand the presence of botanical elements. I have seen an enraged vulp flee when racked with a rose. Yes, a simple rose. I have witnessed a violent acorn fall down and beg for mercy when struck by a wooden stake. I don't know why it is so effective, and I would give my life down to find the answer to that, we say. But the truth remains nonetheless. Vampires are very sensitive to fresh herbs, plants, and woods. From Facing the Shadows, How and Why, by Usha Toltree, Primate of St. Paul. Oh, okay. Even the rose. My favourite plant, and as well the symbol of the clan Torero.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help me.
I'm Dr. Reid. I've recently taken the position of head surgeon here. War injuries, am I right?
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
Your life in London. How's your stay with us?
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Wouldn't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
That's not necessarily true. It's widely believed that if you were rich, you could get a nice, cushy job or whatever. And yeah, for the most part, that was probably true. But there was, like, for example, a lot of the boys who served at Eton, which is basically like the in England, it's like the politician's school. It's where people like Boris Johnson and David Cameron and all that went to school together. And basically, it's almost like a politician farm in a way. And I like the Eton Rifle Brigade or whatever. They had to serve, and they did not get preferential treatment and things like that, and a lot of them sadly died. Yes, they came from a better background, but they were still sent to the same trenches, shot by the same bullets that would take down the working class. It was atrocious.
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reid, is it? Oh, sorry, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after after enduring an abduction.
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
Checking the time. Yep, still good.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Reid. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been a lot of tension between the gangs and the docks' trade union. The Wet Boot Boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Okay. Well, we met Clay Cox earlier.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks. And I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
I would like the option to actually suggest it. Even if it might break the masquerade. I still like the option.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest, and then I can go back to the people who need me.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
I do like how professional Reid is. He talks to people. He has very good bedside manner. I want to talk to people, but I also want to talk gaming news as well, because, yeah, Ubisoft continues to be crap. Do not cough in public. Prevent disease. Gather spitting, sneezing, coughing, can spread influenza. Spread by droplets sprayed from nose and throat. Do not cough in public. Not things like cough into a handkerchief or your elbow, you know, modern advice. It's like, no. Do not cough in public. You must hold it in. you'd shoot in the head, but the blood spray would spread the disease. Yeah. So... Shield myself up a bit. Inside. Very tiny room. Very nice though, and flammable. Hello, sign here. Hospital full.
I'm sorry you ended up on my plain and cold medical bench, sir. I understand you must be very angry about this unfair situation. I managed to arrange to have you buried in the same mass grave as your wife. I hope that might help.
Just needs you, every life saved by others.
It's locked.
There's another gentleman here. Or two. But let's keep looking around.
It's locked, all right.
I'm sure that during your life,
Yeah, so Ubisoft, this is following Ubisoft's move to declare that gamers should not get used to owning games. Which is true. I think we've forgotten a lot when it comes to digital distribution. We've got way too comfortable and felt safe with it. And Ubisoft has reminded us, unfortunately, that yes, they can and will take these things away, even if it's through no fault of your own. In the name of mercy, they depend on you. Nurses are needed now. Require the nearest Labour and National. So, just going to loot the place again, and then I'll talk to more of the staff. So, any more stuff for me to take? Yeah. So Ubisoft have already made it known that we should not get used to owning games in a public statement. Unfinished letter. Pembroke Hospital, 2nd of November. My dear children, I am so sorry I did not write to you before, but it hurts like hell just to write these few words on bloody paper. Don't worry, Daddy will get out of hospital as soon as the doctors fix his arm. In the meantime, if you need something, go see Mr. Chadwick at the construction site and tell him you are Harvey Fiddick's children. Remember Robert Chadwick? Big guy with a moustache who helped me repair the house doors last spring. Go see him and ask for a few bob. He'll refuse to spare you a few. I'm sorry I can't work anymore for now, but we'll figure something out as soon as I'm out. Don't worry, everything will be fine as soon as Daddy's arm is strong again. As soon as the doctors have fixed my arm, Harvey Fiddick. Harvey is not able to feed his family as long as his arm is still injured. He has two people in his social circle now. So, his children or child, perhaps his wife. Hospital full due to influenza. The hospital cannot see any patients. Hospital full. Please go back. Yeah. So this is basically a move to get people to subscribe to games because they are currently charging, I think, £130 at most for the biggest edition of their next game, Star Wars Outlaws, which has been advertised on Reddit. Before the thing as well is like they also have a subscription service, so you can pay £30 a month, or you can pay £130 for the best version. Here we are. Inquire at the nearest appointments office at the Ministry of Labour and National Service, or write to 15 Kingways, London. Yes. Public notice. Here we are. Prevent influenza. Spanish. 1. Cover each cough and sneeze with handkerchief. Okay, there we go. 2. Walk to work. 3. Do not spit. 4. Drink from your own cup. 5. Avoid crowds. 6. If taken ill, go to bed and send for a doctor. To make a mask, take a piece of ordinary cheesecloth, 8 by 16 inches, fold it to make it 8 by 8 inches. Next, fold it to make it 8 by 4 inches. Cords about 10 inches long at each corner. Apply over mouth and nose as shown in the picture. Issued by the LLC Board of Health. There you go. And you get to smell cheese. Nice. Didn't say anything about washing cheesecloth, man. Is there any more rubbish that I can take? Just have a wander around. Get more loot. So yeah, so Ubisoft are quite comfortable with telling people that no, you do not own your games. And make no mistake, the Crew will not be the first game. Now, the reason why the Crew, I think, has been taken offline is basically because they're licensed for the cars, so the real-world cars, and music. Oh, shit. Okay. Right, well, I haven't got a... what? Oh, shit, I'm dead. Great. So what happens now? When I get up? Do I reload this checkpoint, or... does the world evolve? Everything seems fine. So those guys were quite powerful. So I'm not going to mess with them just yet, because they were like level 6. I'm only level 3. But we'll have a look around for more loot. So yeah, so we can upgrade our gear.
It's locked, all right.
Of course it is. Got more stuff to recycle, that's good, so we can tell that about the office. So yeah, if you get up to the Crew, and here's the thing. I understand if games have to be delisted because of things like that. You are, other post if you want to pause and look at it. I get that, you know, licenses have to be revoked because of music, because of the cars, things like that, but it should be disclosed how long this license will remain valid. And there should be notifications saying, like, like if that game developer or publisher, it is really the responsibility of the publisher. Okay, let's have a look at this one. Official health warning. To all citizens of London, curfew official health warning. Curfew will be sounded at 9 PM by the church bells. All citizens must keep off the streets on that time until 5 AM. Until further notice, a citywide curfew has been implemented. It is imperative that you wear your mask to prevent the spread of infection. If any member of your household becomes ill, inform the authorities immediately. Due to the curfew, not opened after 5. Not opened after 9 PM. Level 18's Ferocious Scarl. Yes, we're clearly entering the too dangerous territory there of Whitechapel. Keep looting stuff. There is some really good loot, actually. So, yeah. Where else can we go for gear? Oh, I can see myself in the mirror. How very un-vampire. I'll go to my office actually and have a look to see if there's anything upstairs as well. Because I really don't want to evolve until I can make enough upgrades. You have to make every stop count. So yeah, so... Dr. Swansea's nameplate. Dr. Swansea. Oh, the music as well for this game is gorgeous. It really is nice. If the game is too loud, please let me know in the comments, because it is one of those things where it's like I'm trying to balance the audio, and I can only know based on feedback how it sounds. Bear in mind my hearing's awful, so how it sounds to me is going to sound differently to everyone else. Oh, they used hacksaw. That's, I think, like my main. Well, it was like my daily driver in my last playthrough. T. Elwood's medical file. Patient, Thomas Elwood, male, age 28. Followed by Dr. Tippett. Status, convalescence. Date of admission, September 16th. Date of release, to be determined. Note, the patient is from a mission from God. The patient's face has been severely burnt and disfigured by a bomb during the war. Even with the use of the strongest sedatives, he affirms to regularly endure severe pain from the wounds, as if the flames are still burning under the skin, he says. Examinations of the cicatrized, do apologize if that's the incorrect pronunciation, tissues, show no trace of inflammation, infection, or swelling. Scars are clean. Could it be a case of persisting nerve damage? The patient never ceases to blame himself for his disfiguration. Could be a case of guilt of the survivor. Phantom pain manifesting as punishment for not dying with his comrades. Hint available for Thomas Elwood. Thomas feels responsible for his disfiguration during the war. As you can see, he's clearly burnt.
It's locked.
Oh, this is Dr. Reid. I've already got a nameplate. Nice.
This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
Ooh, fancy light. Hello. Now I can analyze someone's blood. So every time you get blood from certain enemies or whatever, you can analyze the blood. Gives you a new serum. A light regeneration serum. Let's recycle these. So we still can't make it yet. We've got the glass vial, the watery sturdy blood sample. We've got the ferrous tartrate, and we are lacking the sodium hypochlorite solution. We still haven't got enough to treat fatigue yet. Used hacksaw. So, a surgical hacksaw able to go through bone. So, interestingly, it has a higher attack speed and uses the same amount of stamina, but has...
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now. The flower's dying. It needs water.
So go. It's like a book. Oh, these are vampires aren't just tools. Oh, right, okay, the game just says we're going to bed, does it? Oh, no, never mind, that's the Vampire Hunter's gear, let's see. Apparently you have to have a loading screen to swap out from one set to another. So yeah, so we won't be using that. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at our pay-to-win gear. We have Dragonbane. If you want to read all that, you can. 75 damage for 10 attack speed, and 20 stamina use. So it's 10 points better than that. Oh, so that's an upgrade path as well. And it can absorb blood as well. which I'm not sure if the others can. Oh yes, it can, yep. And of course we have Barker. Which is 54 damage. Has the same properties as a magazine of 5 and 6. Apparently held by Carl Eldritch, second leader of the Guard of Primal. Heavy, not very accurate, and with a customized magazine designed to make many big holes at its target. Okay. We're not going to be using it, because we don't need it. But I wonder if there's any other weapons. Because 75. Oh wow, that. Oh, I see. So this stuns. Okay. I might have to upgrade this one, to be honest. My common bludgeon. I can only upgrade it at the workbench, though. So, I can't upgrade it usually because I need 3 handle parts to bring it up to level 3 to go from 75 damage to 95 damage. So we can increase it to 82 damage, or we can add 3 stun points when the weapon hits. I'm going to go for that one. So use the aluminium powder and shards to use these side grades here. So yeah. And the stake as well. Oh, we could get rid of that pistol, I think. Can we? No, we like the parts. Okay. So I'm not going to rest yet. I want to talk to my patients. And
the flower's dying. It needs water.
And get that for them. Let's talk to the patients before I talk to the doctor. Yeah, like Ubisoft is rife with problems though, like ever since like the Uplay app or whatever it's called now, Ubisoft Connect I think. They had a case of like it being a backdoor for viruses. Birmingham, 27th of October. Hello sis, how are things in the big city? In Brum, things are not so good. Seems the flu is here again. I have many new cases of infection in the neighbourhood. Do you remember Mrs. Scheller? The old drinking hag from the 3rd floor. She passed away 2 days ago, and her flat is already occupied again. Jeez, you'd think we'd have to pay me a huge amount of money to go to sleep in the bed in which a woman died of flu just a few hours ago. Sorry I did not take the time to quickly answer your last letter. Between taking care of little Paul, Mum, Dad and my job at the factory, I rarely find time to write you to my favourite sister. By the way, my son says hello to his Auntie Pippa. You should see the little bugger already driving me mad. And Mum says you have to bring back some of those marvellous cakes the next time you come back home. In your last letter you told me you thought about quitting your job at the Pembroke Hospital. I have to tell you, Pip, you better think twice. I always jobs going at the factory, but the wages are shite. And it's as boring as a day without a shag. Oh, I have a new fiancée, and no, not a stutty model bitch, yo. So if you really want to quit, and do something more useful than counting the dead every morning, maybe you better stay in London and join that band you told me about. The God of Priwan or whatever. Something like that. Never heard of them. But if they're like what you said, some sort of civil militia trying to make a difference, then maybe it's a good choice for you. Just be sure to let the others go in front. That's how my poor Billy got killed in France by leading too many patrols. Bloody war. Anyway, come back soon as you can. Give me all the good news before that. I am your affectionate sister, Lucy, Paul, Mum and Dad. Or Mom and Dad, as they say in Birmingham.
It's locked, all right.
You say Mum everywhere else in the country, but Mom, you say Mom in Brum. Yes, let's talk to the other NPCs. So yes, like Uplay was like a backdoor for viruses. When that first came about. There's been other problems as well in terms of security and all the rest of it. It's not looking good for them. So yeah.
I wish I could be sick again. Feel my blood boil with the fever.
Damn. The pain. It's here again.
Let's talk to you about your wounds.
Mr. Elwood. Evening, Dr. Reid.
Real cause of your injury?
Why do you feel responsible for the injury, Thomas? What really happened?
I wasn't disfigured by any German shells. It happened during my leave. It was an accident.
Why the lie? No, what really happened?
Tell me what really happened then.
I went with a whore in Rouen. Dead drunk I was. The hotel was a shithole. There was a fire that night.
Did you start the fire? Were you trying to avoid going back to the front? That's not uncommon, you know.
No. It's just that I was asleep when the flames reached the room. The girl was long gone. Bitch never woke me up. Left me to burn.
Why the lie?
Why lie about it?
Come on. It's one thing to come back disfigured by the Germans, and it's another to get injured in an accident that could have happened to anybody.
So I could mesmerize him, but surgery could help you, but it's not everything. You can't hide forever. See, I've never sustained an injury quite as severe as that. I'm very lucky in that regard. So obviously beauty is not everything. I don't think he's concerned about his looks. Surgery? Surgery could help him, absolutely. Help with the hurt of smiling. But it's still the pain underneath. It's still the guilt. I think he needs to address the first thing, what's underneath, before that which is skin deep.
You know you can't hide forever. One day you'll have to face your loved ones. Until that day, you have no chance of real recovery.
My friends all died in the trenches. It's shameful enough to be alive for these stupid scars. I don't want my children to see me like this.
A new hint is available. Thomas feels too ashamed by his injury to see his family. Tell me about your family.
You told me before you don't want your children to see you like this. Do you have any other family?
My sister Agatha has raised me nippers since their mother died. Don't want them to look at me like this.
Your children love you. Your sister respects you.
How could children despise their father injured in the war?
What do you think? They saw me once. My poor angels left the room crying. They keep on having nightmares every week, my sister told me.
Your sister respects you.
Sister's not a child. I'm sure she has nothing but respect for a wounded soldier, and you are her brother.
You don't know my sister Agatha. She may be young, but she's all discipline and morality. If she ever found out what really happened...
She doesn't have to know.
She's a sly one, my sister. One day she'll find out the truth and knock 7 bells out of me. Nah. I'm better off here.
I thought I was going to say 7 shades of shit, but never mind, that's just as good.
Do you need assistance?
I'm fine. Just do something for this pain, will you? That's all I'm asking.
You told me
my sister...
Okay. So we're missing a hint. One more hint. We might be able to get through to him.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Fear and disgust on every street corner. Daily routine.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reid, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon?
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reid, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
I love this. This is like this stuff works even better in neo noir, like Vampire the Masquerade. But I think it's pretty good here, especially like, you know, Bram Stoker's novel Dracula has just come out, so it's like it's pretty cringe in a way. That's what you call it today. Cringe-worthy behaviour might have been the term at the time. You're a vampire.
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
Ever heard of Cotard's syndrome? I have not.
Have you ever heard of Cotard's syndrome?
Oh, sorry, Cotard's syndrome. I apologize.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
Oh dear. Oh, it's affected by Cotard. How pronunciation? Cotard syndrome. I believe she's a vampire. And in their social circle is Thomas Elwood. Because they share a room. Are you a patient here?
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
Your enemies.
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
A new citizen investigation is available. Okay. Right, spying on Velma. Spying on Velma. Okay, so we can now do a investigation.
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
No, it was such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark, to your nocturnal.
Yes, I can't talk to this chap here. Got a few more people we could talk to, and we can carry on. But yes, you know, with the whole thing of,
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding? I should investigate.
let's see if we can find them, preferably without going the wrong way.
This is despicable.
Get some blood. Oh, level 14. That's not good. But we must be nearing a hideout. Let's keep looking around. So we're in Whitechapel, so I know that the enemies here are very strong. So I'm going to try and stay out of trouble. Obviously, if we can get some fat loot, then all the better. I just want to try and get as much stuff as I can before progressing the game. This looks like it would be a hideout. But I think we are. So, that might be the investigation. Hello. 5 shillings. Yeah. I keep looking around. Yeah. So, with all this business with Ubisoft, it is pretty bad. My sympathy goes to anyone who has lost their access to the crew. It's not just about digital ownership, though. It is a publisher's shitty decision, although it is tied directly to, you know, digital distribution. And it's a shame now that we've actually seen that, you know, things can and will worse. Now, Accursed Farms, a YouTuber, he's actually trying to get a lawsuit going against Ubisoft, and is hopefully trying to take them to court over this, because there needs to be a precedent. Because if not, what will happen is people could just take away our keys and access to games, and we're left with nary a pot to piss in.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now. Eminent surgeon and blood transfusion specialist.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
People are more important.
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reid. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
Yes, I agree.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
An admirable trait.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Oh, 2 of the 5 clues room. What about the management?
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office down again.
Just want to check something real quick. 2.5 hours. Yeah.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart before chaos. Once more unto the breach.
He has a great respect for Nurse Brannigan, so I might suggest that one. I agree his attitude is responsible, but I will say that Nurse Brannigan is worried.
Nurse Brannigan is worried about you, Doctor.
She should not have told you that. I will have a word with her.
You don't have to blame her for her honesty.
I'm not that kind of man, my dear Jonathan. Actually, Nurse Brannigan's opinion is the only one I may listen to.
There we go.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
Oh, any stuff? Nope. Clicklocks is underneath. Oh, boards. So yeah. So Accursed Farms, I forget the gentleman's name who's doing it, but hopefully he can have some luck with it. I don't think Ubisoft has a leg to stand on, to be honest, because consumer rights have improved recently. I think in 2014 or 2010, the UK had the Consumer Rights Act, which was updated basically to talk about the about digital distribution and how you can get refunds and all the rest of it. There's excuse me. I think France as well has, where Ubisoft are based, have some really good consumer rights. stuff.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reid. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reid. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reid. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reid. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
Oh, let's trade.
I'd like to see your goods.
Wise choice, Dr. Reid. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
So you can sell you the bullets for $1 each. You can sell you Milton's shotgun, which is another sawed-off shotgun, double barrel shotgun possessed by Milton Hooks, probably obtained as payment from a soldier. You buy shotgun shells. Oh yes, bullets will not work with shotguns. Stone bullet for a revolver, semi-automatic, or parabellum. Bullets are stored in the stash, I see. Shotgun shell. Double-barreled or Lupara, double-barreled or pump action shotgun. I do like these parts. Grease, screws. I'm gonna have to keep this guy alive because this stuff is actually insanely useful. And I can sell stuff. I can't sell my guns by the looks of things. Or rather, he won't buy them. Yeah, oh, sorry, I meant to talk to you a bit more.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
What's your occupation?
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
You sound like you've had it rough.
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing in. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, Doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
We're nice in the garden of good and evil.
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings. Even the locals attack you.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not actually going to scold Milton for the idea of leaving a patient there. Again, he was attacked. My mother, for practically all her life, has been a nurse. She could tell you some amazing stories about her profession. And the amount of time she's had firearms pointed at her, the amount of times she's been attacked. Atrocious. And, yeah. She doesn't give a shit. Like she was, like, she'd been in Saudi Arabia. And for a Western woman in Saudi, yeah, if she thinks anyone's gonna scare in this country, no way in hell. Smuggling weapons?
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
But you're not defending yourself. You're selling guns to civilians.
You keep people alive your own way, Doctor. I offer them another way to protect their health.
How is the situation around here?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything, and it's getting worse every day.
I want a game all about Milton. I want to be an ambulance driver and play as Milton and shoot people from the ambulance. Be pretty cool.
Goodbye, Milton.
So That's another person to talk to. We'll just quickly investigate in here. I believe there's about another 3 NPCs just in here alone. I believe there's also Dr. Rakesh as well.
Good evening, Doctor.
Oh.
I believe we're going to
Another doctor.
Dr. Reid. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reid.
What about yourself?
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reid. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
Why did you choose that career?
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
I'll be glad to help you.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced that we, as doctors, are the only ones able to defeat it.
The most terrible disaster so far.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
It seems like it might be trying to take a more extreme approach. I'm just going to take a quick moment to excuse myself. I should be back shortly. And I am back, and I'm sorry to keep you waiting. We are going to continue playing, well, as long as I can, really. Because the thing with this game is, like, I don't know how often the game autosaves, so I don't lose any progress. It used to sort of be like, I would not play this game until I knew for a fact I had hours to get as much out of the leveling as I could. Because the world changes quite radically when you rest.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
So you're optimistic.
It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Right. Just seeing what it looks like set up. Oh, that is comfortable, actually.
Endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reid. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time.
Okay, missing ingredients. New investigation or side quest. I think we've got... Oh yes, a blood transfusion trans... No, let's hold off on that for the time being. I want to get these ingredients so I can perhaps learn about how he's doing it.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reid. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Aykroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
Tell me about yourself.
just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reid.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reid? I have the feeling you're very capable, and your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies. You seem worried about the safety of your family.
You seem worried about the safety of your family.
Why your wound troubles you so much.
I cannot give up on my children now. They both need me living.
What about their mother, if I may ask?
She died in 1915 during one of the first Zeppelin raids. We never found her body.
Tell me more about
the death of your wife.
1915. I was in the army, building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
A little bit of a twinge in the voice actor there. The pain that his character's clearly feeling.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
I will not let you down, my boy.
What can I do for you, Doctor?
Any new information? Nope.
Thank you.
Nobody here. I've spoken to you already. Let me just double check I haven't I?
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reid. Can I be of any help?
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
No. I think I want to talk to that Dr. Rakesh though. Who I think will be this way.
If only there were more of us, with less resignation and more determination.
I know I can count. I wish I could say the same for the others.
You look exhausted. You're pushing yourself too hard. You don't have to bear the burdens of this hospital alone.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Tippett praises you.
Why does Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Okay, so it's auto-saving. For future reference, I don't know how long these parts are going to be. I typically kind of want to aim for about an hour and a half each part, but for this one, I want to achieve a lot. I try to make sure that I get a lot done, reach some milestones, that sort of thing. Okay, my information has been updated, I believe. Oh, that's cool. My stamina regenerates before I attack again. Oh, shit. Regenerate some blood. There we go. Massively out-leveled. And we got a blood sample. Nice. Oh dear. A photography in a wallet. A photography of a smiling and loving couple with a few words written on the back. Like, Milton and Pippa forever. I guess see why I wanted the blood back. Well, besides, the money. Speaking of, now that'd be good. Finding the wallet and then also some money. You can decide if you want to give the money back or not.
I cannot enter.
Still just wandering around. I might have to go back to the hospital. Is... Oh, a bin. Small bag of junk. Oh, nice. Dr. Rakesh.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reid. Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead. A colleague? Are you a doctor too? Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana. Pawnbroker and humble guardian of this morgue. What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked? No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor. A pawnbroker? I expect you get all types of people here. Yes, sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods. Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital. I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people. What kind of goods? With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade, I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help. Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay. Poof. No
Only
soul
that.
anymore. All gone.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have a respect, for dead flesh.
As a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
Mr. Rakesh, rather Mr. Shidana, is not afraid of death since he served as a medic.
How did you get this job? After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place with many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
Mm.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
Yeah, so mass graves in the diary that we picked up at the beginning of the game. Mass graves are being built to the point where a lot of it is like industrial scale pits are being built just anywhere in the city.
Have we met before? I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
Yeah, about that.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful, sir.
Quite depressing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but the good news is we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
So you're ready to die?
No, I am not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidana.
No, Dr. Reid. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
Keanu Reeves was once asked in an interview, what happens when we die?
Please show me what.
And he said, quite plainly,
It's just trinkets and curios, really. But I'm sure they can be useful.
I know that our loved ones will miss us. And I thought, oh, that's... oh, no, don't do this to me. You know? Yeah. Yeah. So, he actually has some goods that I can buy.
It's locked.
That I should buy.
Locked.
So yeah. Yeah, Vampire rather, is a great inspiration to me for writing my own sort of stuff for Vampire the Masquerade and other such tabletop role-playing games. It's nice that it sort of takes the time to go into a lot of these things. I just wish it did it just a little bit more. Alright then. Excuse me. Nothing that way. Okay, I'm feeling fairly confident that we can actually go out and do a bit more hunting for experience points. Oh, and we can also return Milton's stuff to him as well, so that's good. Second attack. Oh, never mind. I thought we were going to take an attack of opportunity. Can I lock onto you, please? Thank you. God's sakes. Oh, I just use it. Oh, it's a healing ability. Don't you fucking dare. Fuck. That was very slimy. Yes.
Good evening. Goodbye, Mr.
Let's just try and find my way through the hospital again. So when I got that way, I found that rogue skull. That's another nurse I need to talk to as well. Yeah, a blood sample. 5 XP! Great! Yippee! Yippee! Let's use vampire vision. Another rogue skull. Right, let's get them all in the AOE. Drain the blood and save that up. $15 XP. So when you die, enemies respawn. But you don't seem to lose any experience points. There doesn't really seem to be any penalty for dying as such, near as I can tell. Yeah.
It's locked, all right.
So I think that comes later. So I want to find some more hunters to hunt. Some more experience points, rest up, that sort of thing. Some more ingredients if I can. In fact, why not? Let's start to prepare.
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan Reid. Dr. Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
What's the situation here?
Describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital.
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse? What if in the end, nobody was spared?
It's a grip.
You must get a hold of yourself, nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
Change your attitude. You are right.
You're right. When dealing with such a terrible disease, one must remain humble. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try our best.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
Again, if we have the full dialogue option listed, I can make a much better decision and I can get a bit of context of how the dialogue's going to turn out. I will appreciate, I'm going to say it now, in favour of the developers, I will appreciate the dialogue more if I could see the full sentence. If I ask how the staff is coping, that should be the only thing my character says. Nothing else. No extra little bits tacked on for flavour. That should be how it's presented to me. I am sick and tired of games where I have to guess how clever the developer thinks they're being when it comes to dialogue. Especially with dialogue that important, where I only get one chance at it. When you get the Y in the middle of this circle, that's when you have to choose one of three or however many choices. And that's a choice that you don't get to ask again. I can ask about the situation as many times as I like, but at the end of the day, I only get one choice when there's that Y in the middle. When they're there or there.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual, especially concerning doctors.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Milton's reputation is mediocre among his colleagues. Oh dear.
Why does Milton
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
Pepper, are you sure you want to leave this hospital?
To become a nurse was a little girl's dream. But in the end, I don't feel that useful. I want more. I want to make things change.
See, again, like here, if I knew what my character was going to say, I'd make a better choice. I would really, I'd appreciate the devs' work more. But if I have to deal with this, I can't make an informed decision, and that's the main thing, isn't it? It's being informed. Like, this is inacceptable. Is this a pep talk? Do I get the sense that she's going to be like, you're right? Or is this just belittling her? See, I want to go for this one, patients need you, but then is she going to bring up, well, what about my needs? You know? If I have the full sentence as to what Jonathan Reid is going to say, then I will have a much better understanding. See, even he's just nodding there, agreeing with me. Don't you agree, Reid? Yep, I thought so. So yeah, be proud of what you've achieved. I'm going to go with this one.
You should be proud of what you've achieved. This hospital represents hope for many people in need of help.
Maybe you're right. But at the moment, I feel like we're just a cemetery waiting room.
Pepper,
To become a
you should be...
Maybe you're...
Yeah. So, I only get one chance for that dialogue. So, got 2 clues. Pepper's felt useless as a nurse since the beginning of the epidemic. Pepper is thinking about quitting the Pembroke Hospital.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
So I think there's one more doctor I need to speak to. Who else is here? So there's 2 more people I know of, and there's a doctor, and there's 2 unknown parties. Let's return to Milton.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
I found your wallet.
I have some good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet with all the money and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin colour that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr. Reid.
Ah, the lady in the picture is Pippa. I see. There we are. Your relationship with Nurse Hawkins.
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
What's going on?
Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
Bound by despair.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
Yeah.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reid. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
Smuggling arms, for Christ's sakes. Relationships are not the biggest problem right now.
Do you know that Nurse Hawkins is thinking of leaving the hospital?
That's not a surprise. We've talked about it already.
Does it not bother you?
Sometimes I think she may be right. We should run away while we can. The question is, where can we go? Where is it safe?
A mediocre reputation.
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues?
Fuck them. Nobody knows the things I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reid.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I don't look on the bright side of life.
Goodbye, Milton.
Right, well then.
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good evening, Doctor.
Yep, nothing new there. Well, that's there. Yeah.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reid.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes? Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins. But are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest bloke. But we do our best to get by. That's all any of us can hope for nowadays.
What steps are you prepared to take to feel more useful?
I don't know yet. My sister believes that the real fight is in the streets nowadays. Maybe she's right. Maybe this is what I must do.
And what about Milton Hooks? Does he share your point of view?
For Milton, Any change means more comfort and more peace. I disagree.
If you feel that saving lives is not useful enough, perhaps it means that you've lost faith.
On the contrary, my faith has never been stronger. Maybe we are all just too proud to face up to the fact that science cannot compete with God.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Faith in the oath, indeed. It's often the Hippocratic Oath is basically what you agree to as a doctor and nurse, I believe, and it's the idea of first do no harm, which I think is massively misquoted. And I can't remember what it was exactly, but yeah.
Good evening, Doctor.
It's not so much like first do no harm, but like do what you can to ensure no harm comes, or something like that. It's only a very minor thing, but it's a bit important enough thing to change the context. But no, before I do any quests, I'm just going to rest up. Excuse me. I will go to my office. I will do some tinkering. And then we'll see what comes next. How long have we been recording? Got 3 hours. I know we haven't done much, but like, I mean, that's pretty much what this game is. Yeah, you have to walk before you can run in this game, I think. I don't know what a speedrun of this would look like, to be honest. I can't make any treatments. I can't help people. Outgrow my club. Oh, nearly. Nearly enough. Oh, I could upgrade my steak. But do I? Do I upgrade the steak or not? I don't know. I might keep it for a while, because there might be something better coming along. The gun. Do I upgrade the gun? No, I can't anyway. I can't do anything with the blood samples at the moment.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
I actually don't know where do I get it from the tap? Like, do I need a glass? Do I pour it on the... I don't know. I thought I had done that, but no. I can't see how I can progress right now. Short of just going... I don't know, do I go back and try to find some hunters? Yeah, let's go back. Let's go on a hunt. Oh, we've still got 2 more NPCs that I need to talk to at least. So, we'll do that as well. No, not in here. In another chamber. No.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reid.
Ah.
I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reid, yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swans's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
Okay.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd.
I prove my value as a practitioner.
I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reid, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
So that one is just completely out of bounds. I know it's just I have so many lives. Knowledge is our main weapon. I think that one sounds callous. I want to do that one. I have so many lives. Again, it'd be really good to know what my character is actually going to say.
This is ridiculous. My blood transfusion technique saved many lives, and you know it.
You see? That is exactly what I hate about people like you. You avoid this kind of accusation instead of facing reality.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reid. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
No need for such animosity. Again, this one, totally unhelpful. Jealousy will not do any good. Yeah, I'm going to say with this one.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital, instead of a burden.
About the Pembroke Hospital.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
I can respect that. But at the same time, it's like, no, we don't just stop. It's a constantly evolving field. We have to keep working, and God bless those who do. Continue to try and understand things, so that we can continue enjoying the things that we do.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
Is your rivalry blinding you?
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
I can admire that.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
it's a conservative point of view. Yeah, because you just want to probe.
Other people may say that's too conservative a point of view.
Conservative? And what are you going to say to Mr. Fiddick if he loses his arm because of the operation? Because that's what's going to happen if the surgery is a failure.
I'd follow up with one of the other ones there, but you'll assume the consequences. The reason why I didn't go with that one is because it's is because, like, he'll be like, of course, that's surgeon's prerogative.
Good evening, Dr. Strickland.
And good evening to you, Dr. Reid. Can I be of any help?
By the way, if you really don't like this sort of stuff, I would strongly recommend not watching any more parts of The Vampire, because there's like another 3 districts of this kind of dialogue going back and forth. Granted, it is at its most developed here, but yeah, you're going to see a lot of this. And I don't think Vampire's combat is quite enough to justify sticking around, I'm afraid. I should have said that earlier, I do apologise. But I guess as well that if you've made it this far, you're probably interested enough.
What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reid. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior, a man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. A view that even Reid holds.
Good evening, Mr. Fiddick. Good evening, Dr. Reid. Any news about my operation?
I feel guilty about your injury. Oh, we know all the clues about him now.
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
You voluntarily hurt yourself.
Hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick. Unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
I will not let you down, my boy.
I think maybe Ackroyd might be the best solution right now. the more conservative doctor. If it's something like setting a broken arm, that may help. But, I mean, to be honest, they both need to work together. I think they both got good ideas. But I think Thoreau's experiment so far, being unsuccessful, may not be overly helpful. Excuse me. So yeah, right, so what I'm going to do now is just going to get some XP. Oh, bugger, I know there's other people I need to talk to again. I keep forgetting, I do apologise. There's more patients I need to see. The door won't open, okay, fine. I'm really sorry about all the running around. You will have to get used to this if you want to watch this, because I am going to constantly do this. I'm like, oh, where do I go now? Oh, that's a thought. I can't actually go after the vampire hunters yet, because I'm too low level to actually go anywhere. Or do anything. So... I could swear they're down this way. There we go.
Good evening. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'll let you get some rest.
I'll let you get some rest, then. Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reid. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reid? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
Are you that rich? That's not the nicest question to ask. Although she does seem to be dressed like a very fancy lady.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more...
I mean, as you can see, that hat is made out of the finest arts and crafts.
Thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
So first of all, Dr. Reid's referring to her as Mrs. Goswick, rather than Ms. Goswick. Now, I don't know if the term Ms. Applies to widows, or if it's still Mrs. So yeah, again, subtitles aren't there. And yes, that remark about like women being more concerned about their futures and their families might be a bit callous, but keep in mind at the time that you know, women's suffrage, I think had just I'm not gonna say ended, you know, but like feminism was still picking up and things like that, and I think just around this time actually women would have the vote.
What do you think of your reception?
After the war.
Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
Not to mention that ladies were more empowered after the war to do their own thing. Like wear trousers and smoke cigarettes. So it's a lot again there, in terms of quality.
driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
She charged you.
She charged you for a bed?
Yes, and I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
I share your concern.
Share your stupor.
Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reid. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Let's find out a bit more about that. So at least we found these two anyway. I know where they are. Let's talk to Pippa. Yes, I genuinely do find this part of the game more interesting than the vampire stuff. I like the vampire stuff, but it's trying to be two different games, and it doesn't do either. I'd rather... I'm not going to say it doesn't do either one well.
Goodbye.
I'd rather it do one or the other, I will say.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Nope, they're not going to mention it. Okay, so she was quite serious about not expecting compensation. Let's go swing. Right, let's return to Mortimer. This time I know where I'm going. Pet nurse, would you be interested in knowing this?
Thank.
Nope. Nope.
Thank you. It's locked.
There we go.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
What's your hospitalization?
Your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Very good.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured, you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reid. It's my mother.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir. Would it help if I gave you some paper and a pen?
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
I don't want to talk, Doctor.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Okay. How much money do I have as well? $52, so you can see in the top right corner there. I don't know what else I can do at this very moment in time. I don't have enough to sell to buy those papers. I can't progress any further. The only thing I can do is rest up. And I really don't want to, but I think I might have to end it there for this part. I'd like to do some of the recording, but I think that'll be enough. So yeah, I'm really sorry this hasn't been the most eventful episode. You have thankfully seen most of the constant jibber jabber that NPCs will require of me, but there will be more moments like this. Going back and forth, and as well as getting lost in this place. Before we do, let's upgrade. You see how this is going to go. So, autophagy. We're not level 6 yet, so we can't do that. We've got 1,830 experience points. We can improve our body condition by increasing our health. Our stamina. Our blood we can hold in our bodies, as well as the amount that we draw. I'm going to go for this one. I kind of want even more than that. My bite. I can increase the damage. I'm not really bothered about biting for damage. Life generation. Not bad at all. I think I'm going to spend another on that one. Because I really do want that blood increase. Defensive abilities. You block the target's blood in their veins, making them defenseless. Coagulation. Vampire will concentrate on the player's blood, stopping them in their tracks, making them defenseless. Easy to kill someone like that move. Oh, it's quite expensive though, isn't it? So, when abilities sort of branch off into these two, they have different effects. So here, your control on the target's blood is now stronger, so basically you can hold them for up to like 10 seconds, or you gain blood as the target's blood now bursts out of the body, flowing towards your mouth to feed you without touching your prey. So this is a way of getting blood gain. So you could choose one path or the other, if you want to. Shadow Veil, we don't get the ultimate abilities just yet, so that won't be until level 5. We're currently level 4. Spring. Oh, we might be able to do that. Autophagy. So this is my healing ability. I can't do upgrade that yet. Damn. Okay, what about this one? Can't do that because of level 8. I really do need some of this stuff. So I could go for some of these. I really don't want to though. I'm actually kind of okay with what I'm doing right now. Close range strike that will cut through all living creatures in front of you. This one increases blood gain. You gain blood from each hit. Do I have a frenzy ability or something like that? The barrier. Absorbing damage until it fades. So it can absorb hits. So 1 hit, 2 hits. Okay. So this lasts for 5 seconds. And deals damage to people. It explodes. And this increases the amount of hits it absorbs. What to do? I can't go for that one because it requires me to be level 6. I want to try and go for cheap things. Increase my stamina. And maybe, yeah, let's go for my health. I have 630 left. And now I can use my tactical abilities. I can buy some tactical abilities like Spring to Action. Or I can use Shadow Veil. Drain your stamina to fade into the shadows, become invisible to most enemies. Moving this state will drain more stamina. Okay. Rage ability. So these I don't unlock yet. Oh, I like that ultimate ability. Abyss. Blood Cauldron. Oh. But now I've got autophagy. I'm level 6. No, not level 6 yet. Still level 6. Okay. Oh no. Level 8. Science. Okay, what about this? You can now carry 3 serums on you. And bullets. Increase the amount of bullets I can carry. I'm not really bothered about these as such. I'm okay with like this, my healing ability, and Shadow Mist. heal. I can heal myself better when I'm biting. That would be pretty good, to be honest. So I'm going to... but I don't want to over-specialise too much. What to do? You know what? So more stamina means I can swing more in combat, I can sprint, I can dodge. I have 300 more that I could spend. 5% blood capacity. Holding more blood would be good. Increase my health. My survivability is going to be important. Is important to me. I'm going to go for health increase. There we are. So now I'm level 6. That means that as soon as I have 1,300 or 1,300, whatever, experience points, I will be able to upgrade my autophagy to increase my healing by 50. I can drain my own blood to heal normal and aggravated damage instantly. I'm going to confirm my choices. I'm going to see what happens now. The following night. Should get a status update.
If I'm to stay here until my research is complete, I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
Because I have a thirst for blood.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Alright, alright.
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
Subjects at all. That sounds like I'm going to get really angry. But it would be a distraction.
What type of hospital are you running? No antiseptics?
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and now this epidemic, supplies have been running scarce for months now.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
There we are. Distracted her from going into my room.
It's locked, all right.
So, the morgue. That's where the doctors stay, okay. So it appears as though the condition of the place isn't worsening just yet. Oh no! Mortimer Goswick has been afflicted with fatigue, as well as Clay Cox. Mr. Dyson Delaney has also got fatigue as well. So now we need to treat these if we want to improve their blood quality. And these conditions can advance and worsen as the game goes on, but I don't think that might be for a short while yet. And oh, by the way, that's the reason why there was the disclaimer earlier about the, oh yes, just mix household chemicals. The game had to say, no, don't do this! It might have been real for the time, but don't do it now. And I think that's where I'm going to call it. So thank you ever so much for watching. I look forward to doing the next part of this, I really do. And hopefully the next part can be a bit more involved in the combat and things like that. Before I end, I will have a moment to talk. So like 3 hours 47 minutes. Yeah, why not? Let's have a talking head moment. Oh dear, that's me. Oh, yeah. So what's going on with Ubisoft and the crew? I'm completely against. Physical ownership isn't really much better. At least you have the disc that proves that you own the game. But it is by no means. Oh, by the way, sorry. The video is pretty much over now, so this is just me talking about gaming news and my thoughts on what's going on with the crew. If you want to skip ahead, please do. So yeah, all that stuff that happened there is absolutely atrocious. If you can get fan servers, or if you are making fan servers, I mean, if for whatever reason you're watching my videos and you're capable of doing that, congratulations. But be wary. That Ubisoft probably can and will send out a cease and desist, even if they're not doing anything with the intellectual property. And this is what I kind of hate about intellectual property law at the moment, that you don't have to do anything with your property, and even if other people are being more productive with it, you could still sue them. I think it's awful. But yeah, absolutely. So if there are fan servers for the crew, then yeah. Again, it's not that people are mad because it's the crew that's being lost. It's more the fact that Ubisoft had just revoked the licenses. And I think this needs to be something going forward, that if a game uses licensed content, so it's using copyrighted music, like for example, like Vampire the Masquerade. I've had copyright flags on my Vampire the Masquerade playthrough because of music that's from other sources. Fine, fair enough, okay, I get that. But again, like having content removed, including games that you've paid for, there needs to be something there. It needs to be made clear that, look, because of the licenses we've used here, this license will expire on this date. There needs to be reminders before the license is about to expire. The developer and the publisher need to explain what's happening with that license. Is that license getting renewed or not? Because if it's not getting renewed, the game is then delisted. For example, like look at I'm trying to think of an example, like Alpha Protocol by Obsidian Entertainment. One of the best role-playing games out there, in my opinion. It took a while for me to like it, but yeah, a phenomenal game. But because of the music that it used, it had to be delisted. So the only way you can get that game now is basically through like grey market websites, second-hand keys, that sort of thing. You can't buy it officially, in at least in the way that the developers are making any money from it. Or indeed the publisher, Sega. So yeah, or like a lot of old racing games can no longer be bought because the publisher either doesn't exist anymore, or the publisher's not willing to pay the fees to show off those cars and whatnot, so the game is removed from the storefront. It is bad when these things happen. And it is worrying as well in terms of digital ownership, or rather the lack thereof. At least with the physical disc, you own a disc, but even then, the disc does not have the entire game on it, so even if there was an offline mode, you'd still need to be able to download the data. Lord of the Rings War of the North, for example, is no longer available for purchase, as near as I can tell, but Steam will still allow you to download the files to play that game, even if the publisher and developer are no longer supporting it. So even if you can't buy it anymore, you can still download it from Steam. And Valve had said once upon a time in a very vague post on their official forums, which I think has been removed. The only remnants of it now are like screenshots. It's practically apocryphal at this point, given how old it is and how often it's been shared and misquoted. That basically, in the unlikely event, that, or rather inevitable, but we're talking decades in the future, that Valve ever shuts down and Steam ever gets shut down, you will be able to back up your games onto a hard drive. Whether that will change by that time is unknown. Again, this was made years ago before there was any threat of digital content being removed, and as well a time when Valve had to get people on board with Steam because they did this with Half-Life. Because I remember when Steam was not very popular, the idea of like you had to download a launcher to play Half-Life and TF2. You're serious? Yeah. Yeah, like Steam was not as beloved as it is today, and I will remind people of that fact. That it was very controversial at the time for even good guy Gaben, to request such a thing. By the way, I think Gabe Newell is actually on a weight loss thing, and he's apparently lost a lot of good. So if that is the same Gabe Newell, then well done, Gabe. Bit proud of you. Yeah. So. Anyway, so regarding the removal of digital media, it is worrying, and the fact that Ubisoft have just done this, not just remove the online component of a game, which is fine, fair enough, that happens all the time, happens every day, pretty much. It is worrying that they can take your license away, your proof of purchase. And I will remind people as well that all physical media pretty much is in video games, I think ever since the days of cartridges, but at least since the PlayStation 1 and disc-based technology, you own a license to the game. The difference is that back then, a developer would have to a developer or publisher or manufacturer or whatever, or a distributor would have to come to your house and take your game away. And I think they legally actually have the right to actually take the disc from you, but that'd be a massively uphill legal battle, and no one wants to really do that. But now, digitally, they can do it without recourse, and it's very worrying. So yes, hopefully Accursed Farms and all those who are joining up with them to get this lawsuit off the ground can do so in a way that doesn't bring this back down on them. I think it's very important, and I think especially that we have a precedent. So even if other companies are going to do this, at least we have the knowledge of what they can and can't do. And they have the knowledge of what they can and can't do. I'm not going to lie, I can't be a massive moralist about this. The idea of saying, rah, rah, I'm going to boycott Ubisoft for their conduct here, when I don't play their games. I haven't played their games since like those 2D Assassin's Creed games. So, yeah, like Assassin's Creed Russia, or whatever it's called, God, that was a while ago. So yeah, so it is worrying, and I'm not surprised it's Ubisoft. And it's interesting that like how I used to say that like if you think EA and Activision are the villains of the industry, you haven't been paying attention to people like Tencent and what was it, like Nacon and all the rest of them. But no, it seems like Ubisoft are just really climbing that ladder of who can be the worst publisher. That's another thing as well. I will say as well that EA have kind of done this as well, where if you get banned from Apex Legends, you can lose access to your entire EA library because of your account. Kind of like if you're banned in Dota, you'd lose access to your entire Steam library. So that's obviously not good. I don't know if Valve do that. I know they have like cheat notices on your profile, and people can ask about them and stuff like that. But you are basically publicly outed as a cheater in that on Steam. So there is that. And bear in mind that's with Valve anti-cheat as well. So yeah. So yeah, right. It's just turn 3. So I think I'm going to call it there. I haven't much else to say on the matter, really. I might do more talking head videos at the end of these, talking about gaming news after the main game is done, and I can elaborate a bit more on my thoughts on it. But yeah, as far as I could tell, these end-user license agreements, or EULAs, or EULAs, they're not legally binding. And I think as well, I think it was actually France that said that because people can't be expected to read and understand all the jargon in terms of service agreements, they basically don't have a leg to stand on. So we'll see how that goes. And again, I think as well the idea of like I'm perfectly fine with the idea of piracy when if buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing. You know, I don't think I've been fully converted to that yet, but it could happen. Because yeah, I certainly see why it's justified now. In cases like this, absolutely. If you've lost your license and you haven't broken the terms and conditions, except for the terms and conditions say we can revoke your license at any time for whatever reason, I don't think that's a very stable legal precedent. I certainly don't think that's a stable enough reason to actually consider paying for something. If you can lose it through no fault of your own, and it's not because of like the company shutting down or anything like that, you know, it's simply because the company has just chosen to take it away from you, that's when I have a problem. So yeah, if this is what digital is, if it's just renting, and it's literally a case of like, it's not like the company shutting down, it was out of our hands, it's really just like, no, we just don't want you to have the license anymore. And we're not going to patch in the tools for offline play. I have a problem with that. I have a massive problem with that. I certainly think that every effort should be made, and I certainly hope this is part of any upcoming vindication towards its publishers and any laws, that every effort should be made to preserve the media and possibly even make it open source. It's unlikely that last bit's going to happen, you know, what with intellectual property being the way it is. But yeah, I absolutely believe that the code should be leased out to people, or rather just given out to people, and they can make their own game on that code and stuff like that. If people want to make their own fan service for the crew, I don't see a problem with that at all. Yeah, if you're not willing to support the game, why should other people not be allowed to support the game? Especially if it's like not monetized or anything like that, so no one really gets anything out of it, with the sheer joy of doing it. But we shall see. Yeah, so it's a worrying time. My thoughts goes out to those people few people who actually like the crew and haven't played the sequels or anything like that. But it is very worrying that any company could do this at any time now, and Ubisoft have just said, "Yep, we can do that." But we shall see. All right, but time to pop back into my corner. Oh no, I've gone reverse. I think. There we are. Yes. It's a little bit bigger. Right. Thank you for watching. Take care. For now, I'm going to try and end the recording on the 4-hour mark. For now.